Play.
Hello. How are you?
I'm all right. John, how are you?
I'm good. Were you surprised to see me?
No, definitely not. You told me you were coming.
Okay, good. Just the way you reacted. Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I had a really Sabalenka and Rybakina had an amazing Australian Open final. I see no reason why this shouldn't meet that standard. We saw that Alcaraz and Sinner lived up to the hype. I think this one will as well, and I think it'll be very interesting to see how it plays out in very different conditions to Australia in terms of court speed, and who's going to have the advantage in these kind of circumstances. So yeah, definitely excited. The WTA's in a very good place right now, and it's never been better to be a fan.
Indeed, and we've got a few fans in the live chat. Nice to see that we've got a few oldies in there that we're familiar with, like Jane and Ghosty, but also Max as well. Make sure you hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you're new. Listen, I would back you up on that, Nick. I would agree. I think if we get half the match that we had for the Australian Open final, we will be in for a cracker. I think the conditions, of course, will be different. What I do think as well, a condition that's different for Aryna is that she doesn't have this mental weight that she was carrying for 2 to 3 years before that Australian Open final. And as a result, I think she's going to be even more dangerous. I don't see with her a Dominic Thiem style drop-off after he finally got over that hurdle, winning the US Open in 2020. And we've seen it with other first-time major winners where they've kind of achieved what they need to do, if you like. I mean, I'm trying to think of some others. I mean, for example, the Danish former world number one, whose name right now is
Wozniacki.
Exactly, Wozniacki. It's kind of like, that's the goal. Well done. They've got it. And now they can sort of relax, if you like. I don't see Sabalenka. She's far too hungry.
No, I also think it does depend on what age you are when you win that first slam as well. So in the Wozniacki example, she was pretty late in her career, and I think her arthritis really began to set in quite soon after. That's just one example off the top of my head. Muguruza maybe another example of like, I know she's won 2 slams, but she struggled to win a third. Sabalenka, I agree with you, is young, she's hungry, and all the evidence suggests that she's very much still a contender. I mean, she's played 2 tournaments since. She's lost to an inspired Barbora Krejcikova in Dubai, and she's in the final again here. So I think that this momentum in Sabalenka's career is going to continue to be at least upward for the next few months. We'll see how clay goes, but she's definitely going to be a contender in Miami.
How's the throat, Nick?
Throat is fine. I mean, I don't know. I mean, how do I sound to you, John?
You sound rough and ready, a bit like Sabalenka and Rybakina in terms of this final. I'm looking forward to having Vansh, by the way, joining us very, very shortly. I don't have my TV on yet, by the way. Let me know if you see them coming on the court.
They're warming up right now.
Oh, okay, they're warming up right now. I'm going to leave you, by the way, as soon as the match starts. So, yeah. Anyway, so, I mean, what about Rybakina anyway? I mean, in a way, she's kind of been under the radar a bit, even since winning Wimbledon. I remember going into the US Open, not thinking of her as a potential winner. She went out early there, but that actually is the outlier for her over the last 7 or 8 months, because she was back with a bang in Australia and she's done great here as well.
Yeah, I was actually looking up sort of what happened to Rybakina after Australia, because I still think some people, and myself included, weren't expecting her to be in the final. Probably because I was expecting the slower courts to favour Iga Swiatek and maybe work against Rybakina a bit. Not that I think Rybakina dislikes slow courts. We saw that she did very well at the Tokyo Olympics, and has had a French Open quarterfinal on under her belt, including I think she beat Serena there. It was like Serena's last Roland Garros in 21. I don't see her being so. It's not that she can't do on a slow court; it's just not her favoured surface. But hey, look, she put in a magnificent performance against Iga Swiatek, and thoroughly deserves to be here, and definitely has her name in the mix. I saw a tweet saying that like Rybakina, Swiatek, and Sabalenka are the WTA big 3. I think it's a little bit too early to say something like that, but that seems to be the direction it's headed. I would probably add Krejcikova into that mix as well right now. And I don't see them being like, but I don't see them being like the Elite Four for more than a year, because this next gen coming through of your Goffs and Raducanus and Fernandez and Fravitovas, Noshkova as well, are going to have something to say about that. But for right here, right now, on harder courts, that seems to be the setup.
Yeah, I would add Krejcikova. I think I even said it in a Twitter Spaces last night that it does feel like a big four at the moment, albeit I think we're in a very brief period of time, as you highlighted, that it's, to be talking about big fours and big threes. Okay, if you do it over 5 years or 10 or even more, then we can start talking about that. But we're just in a mini moment where we were going into this tournament, and I didn't really consider Ons Jabeur, Jessica Pegula, Caroline Garcia as serious contenders, even for the final. I mean, maybe if the draw falls right, or they suddenly have a hot streak. But I think in terms of what we've seen with our own eyes over the last 7 or 8 months, there are 4 players right now that are slightly ahead of everyone else. Now, that can change very quickly. And of course, we don't know how court conditions are and all the rest of it until the tournament gets underway. But this tournament for me has borne that out. I know Krejcikova went out in the 4th round, but we know exactly why she went out in the 4th round, because that's how the draw fell. And you knew the winner of that match may well go on to win the tournament. And of course, Sabalenka won that match in 3 sets. She lost 1 set 6-2, by the way. So, she did get her nose bloodied there, so to speak. And also, Mukova, by the way, had a great tournament.
Yeah, she really did. She really did. I wouldn't necessarily put her in a contender market, but I would definitely include her in there. Someone, and like, I don't know, John, if you've seen the Miami draw yet, but it looks like we're going to get some more rematches. Iga and Rybakina are drawn to be in the 4th round of 16, and Krejcikova and Sabalenka are drawn to be each other in round 16 again. So yeah, it's like everyone making draws seems to want these matchups to happen again and again and again right now. Hey, Vansh.
Vansh is frozen briefly in time. Maybe he'll be back with us in a second. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I wasn't putting Mukova in that bracket, of course. But hi, Vansh, how are you?
Doing good. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, hear you loud and clear. I'm going to go backstage now, so I'll let you two take it away, okay?
All right, brilliant. So I think now's probably a good time to maybe compare where we are at the on the our streams. So at the minute they're showing a overhead shot of the Indian Wells Stadium having shown a win probability, and now got the graphic up for Rybakina and Sabalenka. Is that what you've got, Vanch?
No, I'm watching this on Tennis Channel right now. They're just showing Open final, and they're just showing championship point. So
okay, so they're showing highlights.
Up.
Interesting. Okay, we'll work it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, are you looking forward to this one?
What does the win predictor say? I'm curious to know.
Sabalenka 60-40, I think.
Okay. That sounds about right. I would have maybe had Rybakina a little higher, but it's fairly.
Yeah, I don't see it as a dead cert at all. I mean, who do you think slower conditions face as Elena Rybakina is getting ready to serve for this opening game?
Yeah, to be honest, I feel like both these players do well in slow conditions. I know everyone's been a little bit surprised that these two are in the final, considering, Medvedev's comments and the court itself. But I think actually if you have the requisite power on both round strokes, you can actually hit through a court like this that is this slow. And Indian Wells conditions play so differently every day. Sometimes it's more windy, sometimes the ball.
Oh,
it's
we've lost
generally
Vanch.
very gritty. I think that kind of stays consistent for the most part.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, I think. Okay. Yeah, you're back now. You were frozen for a bit.
Saying the same to you.
But yeah, no, I think every single time they played, it's been 3 sets, and Sabalenka's come through. And most of their sets have been like 6-4 or 6-3, and usually Sabalenka finds a late break or something like that at the end of the 3rd set. And each time she's gone on and beaten Rybakina, she's either won the title, with the exception of Wimbledon, where she lost in the semis to Pliskova in a really good 3.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, at the minute, maybe Sabalenka's going for the early break rather than the late break because it's 15:30 on the Rybakina serve in the opening game. I agree with you. I'm not surprised. Like we know they don't mind slow courts. Rybakina's a former French Open quarter finalist, former Olympic semi-finalist in that really slow conditions in Tokyo. Sabalenka's a Madrid Open champion. Okay, that clay's a little bit quicker than regular clay, but it's still clay. And they're going to a rally now as Sabalenka puts a backhand into the net and a backhand rally, so it's 30 all. So yeah, I'm not surprised they're going to do well. I had Sabalenka definitely going deep. I think, if I'm honest, I kind of got a little bit high on Coco Gauff. I thought she might do well better in these conditions compared to most, but still developing in many ways. So probably was a little bit too early to go for her. But I definitely thought, looking at the draw, like we would be seeing, there was a high possibility of seeing Sabalenka in the final, and Rybakina is always a threat to Iga Swiatek. So I'm not massively surprised. It just wouldn't have been my first pick. Vansh, did you see in I think in our Popcorn TNS league, I think you're second in WTA. You've only beaten by Hanya, who correctly predicted 3 out of the 4 semi-finalists. The one that she got wrong was on Jabeur, who she predicted to win the tournament.
Oh my goodness, yes. I can't remember who else I had in my semis, but I didn't have Rybakina.
No.
I think I might have gone with Badosa, now that I think about it, because they were supposed to play each other in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I think they
That
did.
match
Badosa
would
played.
get to the semis.
Yeah, Badosa played.
Yeah.
Rybakina, and it was like, was it Rybakina or Sabalenka she played? It was a good match. Like Badosa looked like she was doing pretty well.
Yeah, but I wasn't surprised to see Rybakina in the semis, and I think she's backed up her Wimbledon title quite nicely.
Which I'm really glad for her about, actually. I think we were kind of ruling her out as kind of a one slam wonder really early on, which was probably a little bit harsh. Maybe it's just because we're just used to it on the WTA. But I don't think, I mean, she could still only have her only slam, but I think she'll definitely be a contender for many more. They're into a forehand rally at the moment with a game point Rybakina, but Rybakina puts the forehand into the net. Nervy opening game here. I don't know where you're up to with the match, Vansh.
Yeah, I'm at add-in for Rybakina right now.
Okay, so you're either ahead or behind.
And now Rybakina hits it in the net, going cross court, so now we're at deuce.
Yeah, it was right in the middle of the net. Okay, yeah, you're about 20 seconds behind maybe, because Rybakina's already serving for the next point for me. Okay. Yeah, this is the standard European American issue, unless I'm commentating. And there was a commentary match I ended up doing. I think it was the WTA finals, where first time I was like behind everyone else, and it was really confusing to follow because I was I let my ego get the better of me and tried to still commentate. Break point Sabalenka for again early break. I'm as Rybakina tries to go up the tee and misses. I'll talk us through what's happening here, and then you can give me your thoughts about how this opening game is played out once it's done. Second serve goes to the backhand of Sabalenka. So they're trading backhands at the minute. Sabalenka goes up the line. Rybakina keeps trading up the line. Now Sabalenka changes direction. They're going backhand to backhand at the minute. And Sabalenka puts that ball way out of the tram lines, and it's deuce. Break point saved by Elena Rybakina. Would you say it's nerves at the minute, Vanch, that's kind of defining it right now, or is Sabalenka just rocking it out of the blocks?
I think Sabalenka has come out a bit stronger, and Rybakina is just desperately trying to hold and just hang on in this early game because she does not want to go down a break, particularly with the way both these players serve.
Oh, you're going to love that winner, Vanch. You're going to love it. Great running forehand winner from Elena Rybakina to go game point up there. Just down, over the high part of the net. Beautiful shot. Great strike from the Kazakhstani player. I think it might have clipped the top of the tape as well. Gets the first serve in play, trading backhands again at advantage Rybakina. But again, that's a big backhand of Sabalenka that goes deep and still in the court. Rybakina tried to pick it up on her backhand and put it in the net. So we're back to deuce after that impressive winner. Didn't get Rybakina very far. But I think for the big power tennis fans, this is already a treat. Rybakina first serve goes long. So into a second serve. Backhand up, return up the line from Sabalenka, but it goes long, and it's advantage Rybakina. Okay, apparently, yes, no, I think Vansh has definitely got some stories from Indian Wells. So we'll definitely do that next. Well, the changeover should happen. Well, in a couple of games' time. So we'll probably go for like the after the third game, we'll do that. As Rybakina finally holds. Great job from Elena Rybakina to fend off Sabalenka in that opening game. Good serving towards the end of that. Yeah, I think she should be happy to get out of that, Vansh.
Yeah, for sure. I think I'm a little bit behind, unfortunately. So I'm
Okay.
at game point for Rybakina.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
But yeah, that's now there's changing ends.
Yeah.
So yeah, just a few seconds behind you, but that's okay. We can make this work.
Yeah, maybe I'll talk everyone through what's going on, and then to be honest, you've far better technical knowledge than I do anyway, so you can just add to sort of just give the more expert side of things and really clear up what I'm trying to babble on about. As we get a tense close up of Vanch's face right there, and Sabalenka serves just. I think, yeah, that was a monster forehand return from Elena Rybakina off what was a huge serve from Aryna Sabalenka out wide, and just even bigger return winner from Elena Rybakina. Incredible, that forehand producing two magical shots in the first sort of 10 minutes. So definitely in for a treat. Sabalenka finished that with a backhand winner mid-court up the line. It's 8 minutes, sorry, on the game. 15 all. Pretty positive, I would say. Yeah, just stepping in, taking that backhand up the line. Really good job there. Sabalenka is now serving at 15 all. And my pitch is frozen, which is not great. So we might be relying on Vanch now. No, it's cleared up. It's cleared up. We're fine. Clearly a signal issue. That could have been very awkward.
I just saw the Sabalenka backhand winner set up by the nice T serve. So hopefully we're somewhat aligned. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, mine's cleared up now.
So you're at 15 all, right?
Now I'm 30-15 because Sabalenka benefits from a attacking cross-court backhand from Rybakina just going wide. So Sabalenka's serving, goes out wide on the serve. That's an ace, 40-15. Great job. For those who aren't watching, Sabalenka's got this sort of sleeveless kind of light top with kind of burgundy shorts, playing to Rybakina, who's got kind of a grayish sort of tennis dress. For those who care about outfits. Second serve at 40-15 for Aryna Sabalenka as she goes out wide. And again, huge forehand from Elena Rybakina. Again, it's a forehand winner on the return, 40-30. So, wow. Yeah, I think Sabalenka probably shouldn't go to the
Sabalenka might be almost better off. She might be a little better off, I think, going for more body serves today. I don't know what you think. Try to get Rybakina a little bit jammed as she's trying to connect on some of these shots, particularly because we know how she has those long levers, and and when she really connects, it's such a pure strike that all of a sudden, all of Sabalenka's power on the serve is blunted right back at her, and she's having to react.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely body serves will work. Jabbing Rybakina will have an effect as it's now deuce. So Rybakina's saved another game point. Definitely just keep away from the forehand if you can, though, because like that seems to be working pretty well. Sabalenka's now
That's 2 return
serving.
winners in this game.
Goes up the tee, ace. Which is I think she's definitely acing on the tee. So maybe just generally keep away from the forehand side for now, or not permanently, because obviously Rybakina will get into a rhythm, which you want to avoid. But for now, pretty good. Goes out wide on the backhand with that serve, but it's missed. So Sabalenka's going to serve again at advantage. So this should be entertaining one. Should be entertaining. Here we go. New serve. Goes up the middle. So Rybakina gets a forehand into play. Backhand Sabalenka to the backhand of Rybakina. To the backhand of Sabalenka. The trailing backhand's cross court. Rybakina goes up the line. Then Sabalenka tries to change direction back cross court, puts it in the net, and it's deuce again. So good change of direction. Sabalenka couldn't really pick it up on the forehand. Definitely. Mukova, Shahiri, we did predict Mukova beating Azarenka. Mukova's been looking good. Azarenka is hard to predict. Spot on. We'll be a little bit proud of ourselves there. Go check out the Popcorn Tennis podcast where me and Shahiri talk about everything happening in tennis. Sabalenka hits an unreturnable serve to go advantage up. I'm pretty happy with how that one turned out. I think Sabalenka's coach looking pretty on edge. Sabalenka serves, goes to the backhand of Rybakina, which returns it short, and forehand winner from Sabalenka. John has just shared our podcast in the chat. John was a guest on that podcast. So definitely worth checking out and just seeing how close Shahiri, John, and I were in our Indian Wells predictions. It is now 1 game all. So again, tough service games for Sabalenka and Rybakina. It's definitely close, isn't it, Vansh?
Yeah, it's pretty hard to call who's gonna come through here because we're at over 10 minutes and they've each only held once and they've had to work pretty hard. So we're in for a good one.
Definitely. Oh, lovely sort of change up with Sabalenka, just running and then changing direction on the backhand to go back cross court. Rybakina is not quick enough to get to it. Love 15. Just showing a replay of it now. Like great strokes, and then that pure strike on the backhand, just too good from Sabalenka. I don't know if you've seen that yet.
Yeah, that's brilliant. And she this is one thing that I noticed a lot in their Australian Open match. Sabalenka.
Oh, we're probably going to get some wisdom in a minute.
Especially on the forehand side.
Sabalenka just put that backhand into the net, trying to kind of slice it. So Pam Shriver's got some early comments here. I agree. This is very much playing out like that Melbourne final, hitting big, and it's a lot of fun to see. And I think the slowness of the court means that we're getting consistent big hitting rallies from both. As that's an ace from Elena Rybakina to go 30-15 up. So that's gonna definitely boost her confidence a bit. Definitely gonna boost the confidence. And again, we're going out. Rybakina goes out wide on the serve, but misses. So second serve. That first serve is going to be critical for Rybakina today, just because that's one of her biggest weapons. Great return from Sabalenka to put Rybakina on the defensive, on the run, and now she's just trying to change things up. And again, goes for a backhand cross-court winner. 30 all. Great job. Oh, no, she missed it. It was really close. Sorry, guys. She missed it. It's 40-15 Rybakina. Sabalenka doesn't look like she can believe it, but it's automated line calls, so it's final. Trying to go for that. Like she was in a good place in that rally. Unfortunately, ended up being 40-15 for her missing it. So Out wide serve from Rybakina. Great return from Sabalenka. Up the line, Sabalenka trying to keep it going. And Rybakina puts the forehand to the net, 40-30. Is that you reacting, Vansh?
Yeah, I just saw the really close backhand cross that Sabalenka missed.
Yeah.
But
You
it
can
was
see,
certainly the right play.
yeah, definitely the right play. You can see what I thought it was in, right?
Yeah, definitely. Especially if you don't have the commentary on.
We're better than any commentary tennis channel can offer. At least I hope so, anyway. Unless, of course, we're miles ahead of your picture, in which case we're massively spoiling everything for you. Please bear with me, viewers. I do still have this cough. As we currently, as we're now at deuce again. What was the technical debacle?
Oh yeah, that was an issue over the Hawkeye on Thursday, on Friday, before Sakari and Sabalenka. When the announcer was calling the players onto the court, he realized
We were having our own
being
technical
played back
difficulty.
in the stadium, and unfortunately, the players were made to wait in the sun for about 30 minutes until we all got it figured out. And mainly it was there, sort of on the fly while the point was happening. Those weren't being projected in the stadium at all. So it was basically just waiting for. So that was going to be a problem because we didn't have, line judges front and center available in case, something like this would happen in terms of a plan B. So eventually we just had to kind of rely on them getting the technical difficulty sorted. And thank God it did, because otherwise we would have been stuck there waiting probably even longer than how long it took to get the match over with to begin with. So, I mean, yeah. It was scheduled for 3, but I think we ended up starting around 3:40, 3:45-ish.
Not great for players or fans. You've been going to Indian Wells a lot over the last couple of weeks. Do you have any more positive stories about that? John hinted at a story about Stefanos Tsitsipas.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, so I did get to go twice for 2 days this year. So I went once for some third round action on Sunday, and I mostly just had a grounds pass. So I was able to go and see, Stadium 3, which is really nice. Stadium 2 as well, and more just check out the outer courts and just get a feel for practice sessions for players. So I got to do that a bit more. And then this Sunday, I think, this Friday, so 2 days ago, I was there again, and mostly it was all for the semis. So the women's singles semis and then all the doubles matches. So because it was kind of a more lighter schedule and everything was sort of all on stadium, I had a bit more time to go on the grounds and just kind of meet people. So I did run into Mark Philippoussis, and he was getting ready for an exhibition hit for a UTR match. So he was there like training, and then So I caught up with him a little bit. Asked him about Tsitsipas and how he's doing, and seems like they're headed off to Miami, as per Instagram stories. But he was very much uncertain at the time.
Right.
And he says that Steph is doing better in terms of his shoulder, but they're just playing it day by day.
Yeah, and you kind of have to with an injury like that, especially in the recovery phase.
Yeah, for sure. But it was nice to meet some people on the grounds. Especially I ran into the likes of Rod Laver and Lindsay Davenport. Yes, I think John is referring to that as well. So yesterday I put out this tweet basically praising Jim Courier for his commentary, because I'm a fan of his commentary, and I think he does a wonderful job with his insights, and he's very analytical and empathetic, and everything that you look to see for a commentator. He kind of checks all the boxes. So I put out that tweet kind of praising him, and then I wake up to a tweet from Tsitsipas, who essentially kind of tweeted the exact same thing that I did, but just changed a few words around.
Wow.
I think a couple of accounts, some screenshots, and so it was kind of blowing up on Twitter. So I think that's what John is referring to.
Right. I've been off Twitter for a couple of days, or at least kind of like scrolling through, so I didn't see that debacle. But yeah, we knew Steph was a Twitter plagiarizer. I didn't think he was that bad. Like that he would. But
Yeah, I
hey,
was
look,
just very shocked more than anything. Like
what better or wiser person to plagiarize than you, Vansh? If I'm going to plagiarize anyone's work about
I
tennis, it
guess
would
you could
probably
say
be
I
yours.
feel honored. I feel honored, but more shocked than anything, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it. If he started plagiarizing my stuff, it would be a confirmation that he doesn't know what he's doing. As it's 30 all, Sabalenka
Let's just say this wouldn't have worked very well for him at you. Sure.
What was it? Sorry, Vansh.
Oh, no, I was just saying this wouldn't have worked very well for him at uni, particularly with essays and things like that.
No. Oh, we have a break point. Sabalenka double faulted to end up going from 30-15 to 30 all. I didn't quite see what happened on that last point, but it's now 30-40 for a chance for Rybakina to break in this set. So after Sabalenka had break point chances early on, now it's Rybakina's turn.
I think I was going for a little bit. I was going for the wide serve on the deuce, but just missed it a little bit wide. And I think she was just trying to get Rybakina stretched out, but that's what happens. I feel serve regardless if those returns are coming back right at their feet. That was definitely a feature in their Australian Open match as well. But luckily for Sabalenka, I think she had 17 aces and 7 double faults, and just 2 in the last 2 sets. So she'll need a ratio like that, I think.
Yeah. I by the way, Sabalenka saved the break point. For those wondering. As Sabalenka then misses a forehand, and it sets up another break point opportunity for Elena Rybakina. They were again cross-court forehand rally, and then Sabalenka puts a little bit too much on it. So that's an interesting development. I need to get a refill of water. I'm already drunk more than a pint already. Has Rybakina great return on the forehand and is now dictating inside out. Sabalenka scrambles it back. Rybakina's changing direction. Sabalenka's already there. Back now it's getting Sabalenka on the down low. Backing up the line winner from Sabalenka. Really turned that rally around. Just kept herself in it. Got Rybakina on the disadvantage and opened up the court for an up the line backhand winner to save another break point. Really good defense and then turning into attack from the world number 2.
Amazing.
Great for you to
I think
enjoy
she's
that.
a little bit better defensively for sure, in terms of just, I think, digging in and scrapping out some tougher shots. Rybakina has definitely got the long levers, and she's got some good stretch with her strides, but I think Sabalenka stretched out, so I think maybe I like her chances a little bit better when defending.
Yeah, I think you're probably right on that. Although having said that, Sabalenka just tried to scoop up a forehand. It didn't even go near going over the net. And it's now another breakpoint opportunity for Elena Rybakina. This could be a very critical game. If Rybakina doesn't break, she may regret it. It's her third breakpoint chance. Sabalenka goes up the tee. Great serve from Sabalenka to save it. I mean, to be fair, actually, I will say this. I don't think Rybakina has really squandered a breakpoint chance. I think that Sabalenka has saved it legitimately, or when Rybakina has missed, it's because she's been trying to pick up an awkward shot. So she shouldn't be too hard on herself if needed.
I would agree.
Yeah. Interesting comment from Pam Shriver here. Yeah, agreed. Like, I can see why that's an interesting comment. They do seem to be anticipating well as Sabalenka hits a backhand winner to go advantage. Maybe they're just comfortable knowing how each other kind of operate because they're quite similar.
Yeah, that's what happens when you played each other 4 times, and there's a lot of data in those 4 matches, I would think. 12 sets of tennis.
Yeah, true. I mean, Rebecca's got to win one of those at some point, right? Given how close it always is.
Yeah, you would think so. Lower averages and everything.
Yeah, maybe it'll be today.
It'd be interesting to see what happens on grass.
Oh, yes, that's a good point. Oh, yes. Wonderful backhand winner from Aryna Sabalenka, just dug out of the ground. That was excellent backhand winner from Sabalenka. It's 2 games all. She's dug herself out of it. This is a real battle, this final. If anyone with tickets to Indian Wells, well worth the money. Anyone currently watching, whatever subscription you're paying, definitely worth it. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, definitely go check it out. It was a really brilliant interview there. It's still on the Talking Tennis YouTube if you want to check it out. By the way, I can see there's 14 of you watching across Twitch and Facebook and YouTube. I had a lovely time last night watching Alcaraz and Sinner with Max and Jane and Sport and Politics and Ghosty, old favorite Ghosty, who's kind of part of the furniture now. Same with Jane, same with Max. Jethro came by, Ashley came by, Shrihari came by, Miles came by. Go on, you guys can, if you're watching it, tell us what you think about this match. Are you enjoying it as well? What have you noticed about Sabalenka and Rybakina here? We're here to talk tennis, not just with each other, but with you guys as well. So by all means, get in the comments. I want to hear what you think as well. And if you're new, like and subscribe. Plug done. It's 15 all on the Rybakina serve. Make that 15-30. She tries to slice a backhand and it just hits the middle of the net, like a slap bang in the middle, pretty much. Which might be giving Sabalenka an opportunity. And we see this often in tennis where there's been a really close game and the person who didn't get the opportunity to break ends up getting broken themselves. We'll see how that kind of plays out as Rybakina goes up the middle and hits an ace. So yeah, cool, calm and collected. But that's Elena Rybakina for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I watched a little bit of Rybakina practice when I was there last Sunday, and she was working a lot on her slice.
Interesting.
I think, because she has to get down low for a lot of these backhands, particularly, and I think that actually helped her quite a bit in the Mukova match, because Mukova is definitely a player who likes to keep the ball really low, keep it out of her strike zone, use that slice. And what's interesting is that Rybakina was going for the changeup herself here, because Sabalenka is not one who normally goes to the slice backhand, when she has a choice. But that could be maybe a key ingredient in this match in some of these rallies, especially given how similarly both these players are from the baseline.
Yeah, you've reacted to the same miss as I did. It's now 30-40. And it's now a breakpoint chance for Aryna Sabalenka. They're really, really going at each other at the minute. It's not a massive surprise here that we've got a breakpoint chance. Let's see how Rybakina handles it. She goes up the middle again, but Sabalenka gets that one back, but it's really short. Rybakina tries to finish it. Sabalenka gets to it, lifts it up, and it's too good. It's too good. That lob was too good. Rybakina kind of got to it, but was almost too far away to hit it. And Sabalenka has broken. We have our first converted break of the match. They sit down at the change of ends. Sabalenka leading 3-2.
Wow. That is really well done. Good control on that lob.
Yeah. And I would say so far in this
match, might be a little bit of a mishit, but that was certainly, it helps when you get your teeth into a service game like that and you get out of a game like Sabalenka did before, having saved 2 break points. I think it just puts the pressure right back on Rybakina, and yeah, Sabalenka breaks.
I definitely think the key difference so far in this match has been Sabalenka's defensive abilities. compared to Rybakina. I think Sabalenka's dug herself out of a lot of trouble very frequently. I think that's been the key difference for me so far. It's interesting you were saying about Rybakina practicing her slice, because from my observation, she's not using it a lot, but she probably doesn't need to against Sabalenka. But when she has, it's not been that effective. I mean, would you say that's more down to Sabalenka than Rybakina, though? I don't know. Like, that's more, again, your field.
That was interesting because Sabalenka was using it as Rybakina was using it as a change-up, not necessarily reacting to Sabalenka, let's say, slicing or throwing in a few dink shots herself. It was more her just trying to change the pace, and I think she maybe miscalculated on a couple of them and would have been better off just hitting through it, which she's more comfortable with. So that maybe that put her in a little bit of a hole at 15-30, but then she was able to sort of get out of that, and then I think Sabalenka really kind of deserved the break in the end. So I don't think Rybakina should be too discouraged, because certainly she has come back from a breakdown before in sets in this tournament, particularly against Muchova, who had a set point as well and served for the first set. So maybe she can draw a little bit of confidence from that.
Yeah, I don't think Rebecca should rule herself out yet at all. That was a overhead winner from Sabalenka to win the opening point. She was in control of it, but that came dangerously close to a nasty miss. So she's got to watch out. Forehand cross court wide from Rybakina, and now Sabalenka has 30 love. Hey, Ashley, are you watching the match? Let us know what you think. Yes, my throat is still croaky and I sound like an adolescent teenage boy, but we continue. At least that's how I think I sound. I don't actually know. I'd have to listen back to the stream. Really, again, forehand return long from Rybakina. It was a good attempt at a return. It was the right shot, just over the baseline. And it's 40 love. So this might be our first game that doesn't go to juice in this match. Although, no, the last game didn't go to juice, did it? Okay, last game that didn't go to at least 30 all. First game doesn't get to at least 30 all. But we'll see. The game's not over yet, and Sabalenka has a second serve. She's kind of stretching her lower back out a bit, actually. That's interesting. Hopefully that's just her getting comfortable. But that's a double fault. Maybe she's forgetting her biomechanics a little bit there. Yeah, that was an interesting moment there. She didn't look wholly comfortable serving at that particular moment. Keep an eye on that.
Interesting, yeah. We'll see if she can shake it off now, because she had a 40 love lead. So maybe that's a little bit of a cushion. But
yeah, unreturnable serve, game Sabalenka. Yeah, one to watch maybe later on.
Interesting. I saw the wind blowing. I'm curious to see which direction it's blowing in, because what I've noticed at Indian Wells is there's always one side where the server is on that is a bit more windy than the other. And I think I heard Fritz commenting about this when he played Sinner, that he felt that every time he was against the wind, so meaning the wind was, blowing behind his back as he was serving, he found that a lot harder to hold, obviously, on that side, as opposed to when he was playing with the wind on the return. So interested to see where these service breaks come from and which side. This is something you probably can tell a lot easier when you're live in the stadium and you can actually maybe feel the breeze. But it's definitely another variable that all these players have to deal with when they're playing a big match like this.
Yeah, and wind is a crucial factor. We saw this last year in the men's semi-final between Nadal and Alcaraz. And I think tennis fans... tennis fans might get frustrated that wind plays a part. But, conditions are conditions and you adapt to whatever it is on the day. Maybe it's because we like this idea of, oh, this happened, well, then this happened, and the wind provides a factor that's unpredictable. Possibly, I don't know. I like the fact that it just keeps things kind of mixed up. It's 30 love, by the way, in the Rybakina serve. We're going to try and describe this as best we can for those like Ashley who can't actually watch. Also, thank you. I hope I do feel better. I'm not actually in pain, so don't worry about me. I sound worse than I feel. So That's all I will say on that subject. But this is not me moaning about my health. This is about tennis. And there's a second serve from Rybakina. Goes back cross court on the forehand. Sabalenka changes up the direction. So, but Rybakina then tries to do that herself, takes control, puts the forehand kind of up the line away from Sabalenka, who has to run for it, can't get to it. 40 love. Rybakina might be about for her own easy service hold, but let's not commentators curse it. Yeah, good change up from Rybakina, because she was in danger of she was very much in danger of being dictated to, and she just turned it around. Oh, lovely backhand winner to seal the game. Yeah. You're probably in the middle of watching
that. Was very much. Yeah. I actually they're still showing the replay of the winner at 30 love. So I'm assuming, yeah, Rybakina is going to win this point and hold it love.
Yeah, she just held to love. But I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts on the rally that she just played, like to get to 40 love, because that was very much, again, just kind of digging herself out of a potential difficult situation and showing her own tenacity.
Yeah, for sure. She also has some really good racket head speed on the forehand, and when the ball is low like that, I find she deals with that a lot better than most other flatter hitters. I'm thinking of people like Pliskova, for example.
Yeah.
I think her footwork is just cleaner, and she's able to center the racket in a way where she's not having to swing super hard. She gets a lot of easy power, and the wind or any other variable in that situation doesn't affect her as much. And I think that's part of her cool, calm demeanor, almost just kind of translated into her shots herself, along with her good footwork. So that was, that could have been a potentially tricky game, and she got out of that at love. We'll see if she's able to, have more chances at Sabalenka's serve, because you win a game like that at 2-4, all of a sudden it's closer than the one break. So that was a very solid game.
Yeah, 2 solid games. For once, should be interesting. 37 minutes played. It's been a very competitive set. Only the one break, and they're coming out. Sabalenka's coming out to serve to try and maintain her advantage in this set. And that was a very short from Sabalenka. Rybakina's now at the net, chops down, and Sabalenka can't get to it, and it's love 15. That was very much very assertive from Rybakina, putting Sabalenka on the back foot. Just scrambling that up, and then Rybakina coming in to finish. Really good assertive net play there from Rybakina, giving her a little bit of a foothold in this service game. Maybe try and break again. This was the side that she came very close to breaking on last time. Might have something to do with the wind that Vansh was talking about just now. First serve goes long.
Very good volley, though.
Yeah, it's really lovely volley. First serve has gone long from Sabalenka. So she's got a second serve at love 15. A little bit of pressure here. That was a let on a second serve. Oh, and that helps the tension just rise a little bit. That's not going to help Aryna at all. We've only had one Sabalenka double fault so far. I'm hoping we don't get too many of those. She doesn't double fault. She goes out wide. It's pretty aggressive. Very short from Sabalenka, and forcing Rybakina to kind of come in, and she kind of tries to slice the forehand, which is probably not the right shot, but the ball was dipping really low, so it was probably her best option to pick it up, and it just goes over the baseline. So 15 all. I don't know. Like, when you get to that sort of love 15 point, Vanch, I'd be interested to know your thoughts on whether that was the right shot choice from Rybakina given the circumstances, or whether she should have tried to go for it a little bit more. But I know you're a little bit behind.
A little bit tricky, because she was not super close to that shot as she was hitting it and kind of reaching a little bit, and the wind pushed it wide. So I think she would have been better off just sort of. Yeah, it's a tricky one to deal with.
Yeah.
But
double fault from Sabalenka, her 5th one of the match, and it's 15-30. The Sabalenka double fault.
She already had 5.
Apparently, according to the stats, Rybakina's not double faulted yet.
Is that 5? Did you say that's 5 for Sabalenka already?
5, yeah. The graphic should show for you in a minute.
Okay, yeah. Yeah,
When
she'll
she double
definitely
faults.
want to not hit anymore.
Rybakina's gone
Had 5
long.
in the first set of as well.
Yeah, and we know how that one turned out. Yeah, the double faults haven't completely gone from her game. They're just far less of a problem. Rybakina's return went long, so it's 30 all, but it's another second serve for Sabalenka. Goes up the middle. Rybakina attacks on the backhand return and takes a winner. That is a winner from Elena Rybakina on the backhand return this time. She's hit some forehand winners, and but this was an excellent backhand return to set up break point at 30-40. So big moment here. What's Sabalenka got? Gets the first serve out. First serve, she was going out wide and it went out. So again, second serve, first serve to serve her in this game, and that's not really helped her at the minute. Are we going to get back on level terms in this set? Let's see what happens. Sabalenka serves, double fault. It's a double fault, and Rybakina breaks 4 games all. That was not a good game for Aryna Sabalenka at all. Yeah, that's a little bit of a shocker from Sabalenka. Don't get me wrong, Rybakina also played pretty well to put her under pressure, but that's not what Sabalenka needed right now.
Yeah, that's 2 double faults in this game, and couldn't really read the backhand return either from Elena. I think she was kind of expecting it inside in, and kind of her hip was turned to that, to that position because she was looking to hit a cross-court backhand most likely. But yeah, I think it's really those 2 double faults though that when you play a service game like that, it's very tough to get away with.
Very interesting here as Sabalenka wins the opening point of the next game with a passing shot off not a great volley from Rybakina. And it's now love 15 on the Rybakina serve. So, but that's a big serve that Sabalenka can't go back into court, and it's 15 all. Kazakh trying to put Sabalenka in an even more difficult position here. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know what's kind of. I mean, the Sabalenka double faults. Big ace from Rybakina, 30-15. The Sabalenka double faults. Do you still see them as a significant problem? They're still a problem, but are they things people should be worried about still? That she should be worried about still?
No, not nearly as much as last year. I just think she's gonna have moments like that, but it's just how she responds from them and shakes them off. If she's able to reset right back in the next return game and play a solid love game on her serve after that, then maybe it helps erase some of those doubts. And I do think also, in these kind of conditions and wind, with that serve, even though she's obviously fixed a lot of those things technically with her biomechanics specialist, I do still think from time to time it can obviously pop up again. It's not something that's always going to be totally error-free for her. But it's just, you want to keep it as much of a minimum as you can.
It's now 40-30, so Rybakina got to the 40-15 with a very smart overhead that went right to Sabalenka's body, putting her in an awkward position. But an awesome return from Sabalenka put Rybakina at a disadvantage, and she put it in the net. So having a little bit of trouble closing this out. Puts the first serve into the net, so Rybakina is definitely under pressure here. Sabalenka is going to be all over the second serve, most likely. Let's see what happens. Goes at body serve. Sabalenka attacks on the forehand. Sabalenka then tries to slice the forehand backhand to the Sabalenka backhand. It goes up the line. Rybakina counters up the line. Rybakina goes cross court and takes control of the point. Lob from Rybakina. Sabalenka's come in. She's really scrambling everything back. Sabalenka's trying to finish this off with overheads. And does so. Like Rybakina kind of almost got to it, but not quite. And it's now deuce. So very, very good job from both players to keep on scrambling, trying to take the initiative in the point, but at the end that Sabalenka just done a little bit too much. Basically Rybakina just couldn't scramble enough. So we are back to deuce. We're back to another deuce game.
Yeah, finishes it off on the second overhead and really took charge of the point, especially from the middle of the court.
It's deuce. It's deuce. What's going to happen here? So Rybakina tries to go up the middle. They're kind of running on the backhand again. Rybakina not really going for the lines, but very low shot, very low ball for Sabalenka to pick up, and she puts it in the net, and it's advantage Rybakina. So another game point for... Is Rybakina world? Yeah, she's number 10 in the world right now. What's the live rankings, actually? I haven't checked those for a while. Is she going to move up?
Yeah, I imagine she's going to move up closer to the top 5, but I can
I'll
take a
check it.
look.
I'll check it. I've got it on my device. Maybe checking the change of ends. Oh, wild first serve from Rybakina. So putting herself under unnecessary pressure here to close this game out. Goes up the middle with that second serve. Sabalenka gets that back into play. Now they're rallying again. Sabalenka takes control on the backhand up the line. That backhand up the line is really doing the job for her. But Rybakina is still scrambling everything back, but loops that backhand cross court way out. Again, Sabalenka taking control a little bit. That the Sabalenka backhand is definitely very dangerous. It's definitely been a lot of our lifesaver. I'd be tempted to say the Sabalenka backhand is probably a little stronger than Rybakina backhand.
Yeah, for sure. I think she just has a few more rotations on it, and when she leans into it, she's really able to get full body torque. And when she rotates the hip, it's violent, but at the same time measured. And I definitely give Pocket is a little bit more linear, but I definitely think, yeah, Sabalenka is very dangerous if you get the ball in that strike zone anywhere close.
Great forehand to forehand rally. Sabalenka tried to change direction on the going up the line, clips the baseline, gives herself a breakpoint chance. It's her advantage. Like they were both really going for it on the forehand cross court, and then Sabalenka was the one on the run who could change direction with it. It definitely feels like if Rybakina can get the first strike in, she's very good at kind of maintaining the advantage. But Sabalenka is the one who seems to be kind of much better at taking control of rallies, if she can. That probably seems to be the dynamic here at the minute. And again, Rybakina can't find a first serve. First serve deserves a little bit this game, but that second serve was... First serve might have been a let, but like that second serve clips the line, and Sabalenka puts it into the net, and it's deuce. Breakpoint saved. To answer my own question, live ranking at the minute, Rybakina goes up to number 8, which would be a career high. If Rybakina wins the title, she goes up to number 7. There's definitely a little bit of movement in the rankings after this. Sakkari moving down to number 10. As Rybakina goes out wide, but again, first serve doesn't count. It's her game point. So these graphics are up to date, as a second serve is very good, and Sabalenka can't get it back into court. And Rybakina gets herself out of trouble. Very good, attacking second serves to get her to this position where after 50 minutes, she leads 5-4. And Sabalenka is now going to be coming out to serve to stay in the opening set. I am going to get a quick glass of water. Vansh, do you want to just give us a little bit more thoughts from your side?
Sure, yeah. A little bit scrappy those last couple of games. Tough hold by Rybakina there. Really had to find a bit of an extra movement on her serve, particularly in the last point. She was able to get the error from Sabalenka, but Yeah, that was quite a tough hold because she was 40-15 up, and then she had to save a break point, and then kind of had to dig in a little bit to get it done. And now Sabalenka will go back to the other side where actually no, she'll be on the side where she's been holding more comfortably. 5-all, or if Rybakina gets the break here and takes the opening set. Interesting juncture of the match. 50 minutes in, a lot to digest so far, but at the same time, probably not as high quality as the Australian Open match. And I probably didn't expect it to be either, just given the condition.
I don't know about you,
This
Van.
plays
I
well.
actually find it pretty hard to judge the quality of a match whilst I'm talking about it. I'm kind of so caught up in the moment that I'm thinking about whether it's a good match or not afterwards. So the AO match was brilliant, but I didn't really think about how good it was until I kind of saw the reaction after it, and I let it digest. I don't know if you're the same.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it. Kind of just stay in the point-by-point moment. And then sort of, I think we'll have a better idea once this first set is over. Kind of more macro view.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And it's probably going to be a close one because Sabalenka's got that opening point, 15 love, and she's at the end, she's probably a little bit more comfortable on. Maybe. So we'll see how this one goes. Has a second serve, puts it right in the middle of the box, but then attacks on the backhand after of a little bit of a lackluster return from Rybakina. So yeah, backhand winner from Sabalenka, 30 love. Excellent job, yeah. Yeah, big hitting again from Sabalenka. That backhand is just brutal. Big serve, unreturnable, 40 love. We are a point away for it being 5 games all, and this officially being a close set. I don't know, what's your boundary for close set? Is it like 4-all or 5-all?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends on how the service games have been going and sort of who has had the upper hand up until that point. But I think if you're at 5-all, there's usually very little separating the two.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It is now 5-all. Quick game from Sabalenka to hold, putting the pressure right back on Rybakina. It'd be interesting to see. I mean, like, if they're starting to hold serve easier from a certain end, that just suggests that for whatever reason, there's a little bit of discomfort from a particular side. Maybe, I don't know. Although it's interesting.
Sure.
Yeah, although I don't know what that would be, because like if it's like you're comfortable serving after both people are comfortable serving, then it's a change of ends, and then they're both uncomfortable, and then they're both comfortable after the next change of ends. I don't know what that suggests about the conditions, about which direction the wind's blowing. Maybe it's lateral across the court.
Yeah, the side that's Rybakina is on, I mean, that's the side that Sabalenka played the poor game at 4-3. She hit a couple of double faults, but let's see. I mean, if Rybakina holds at love here, all of a sudden Sabalenka has to go back on that side. So it'll be interesting. I think the direction of the wind may also change as this, as the conditions maybe change a bit. I think for the most part, it's a very cloudy day. It seems like kind of partly cloudy, overcast, not a whole lot of sun. Maybe I'm just misinterpreting that from my screen, but certainly seems less sunny than previous days.
Which is definitely going to make the conditions a bit cooler. It's 15-all. It's now 30-15 because Sabalenka missed a backhand return that could have been an absolute monster, but she put it over the baseline and gives Rybakina a little bit of a get out of jail free card. 30-15 on the Kazakh serve. Yeah, I agree with Pam. I think that's probably true. Although we can also think of plenty of great rivalries that happen once a year. Good.
Yeah, what I like about this one is that it's a repeat of the Australian Open final, and that's only ever happened twice before this. In the 21st century, we had Davenport and Hingis in 2000. They played the Australian Open final, and then both times Davenport won.
Okay.
And then, of course, we had Azarenka Sharapova in 2012. Same situation, Azarenka winning both. So we'll see if we have them split it today or Sabalenka goes 2-0. But I agree with Pam.
Yeah. But then, if you think about it, like Hingis and Davenport had a well-established rivalry by that 2000 final. The Azarenka-Sharapova rivalry, like it was interesting, but it wasn't the prime rivalry on the WTA tour at the time. That was probably more Azarenka and Serena.
Yeah, 2012, 2013 is when we really started to see some great contests between Vika and Serena. So
yeah, I love that matchup. Like, I was always super excited when those two played each other in like Vika's prime. I always felt a little bit sorry for Vika that she didn't quite get that US Open in 2012.
yeah.
And that she still hasn't got one. Like she's played 3 close US Open finals and didn't get any of them. Like that's an almost Andy Murray Australian Open situation or there. No, probably she was a bit closer to it than Murray was, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, for sure.
Rybakina held, by the way. So change of ends. Sabalenka's going to come out at 5-6 at the end. She's not comfortable on. So that's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, very much so.
Interesting stat we've got on the screen. Vansh, much more your area than mine. Why do you think that there's been so many aces at Indian Wells, given what we've been saying about these court conditions in a WTA event?
Yeah, I think we do have some strong servers right now in the top 10. I mean, you can look at Garcia, Sabalenka, Rybakina right there. And you'll see quite a few aces from them. You know, Pliskova still serves plenty, and she played 3 or 4 matches here. And I just think, you know, the players who are able to, the best servers are the ones who are able to thrive in all conditions. And, you know, maybe this year we're just seeing a few more players being able to adjust, the ones that have big serves. And yeah, 523 is quite a big number for this tournament.
I am not sure this is a collapse yet. Let's see how this game plays out. It's love 15, but as Rybakina finishes that one off the net, benefits a little bit from a net cord, but comes in and finishes it at the net, and it's love 30. Rybakina's 2 points away from the opening set. Let's not talk about the collapse unless Aryna actually loses the set. But yeah, that could be a question that we can potentially revisit. Be interesting to see that. Sabalenka, good first serve. Rybakina, long on the return. Very difficult to get back in court. 15-30. So Sabalenka's halfway up the hole that she's dug for herself.
Yeah, a little bit help from the net cord for Rybakina on the approach, but that was a really good drop volley. Beautiful.
Rybakina's definitely been really, really good at the net state when she's come in. Very strong serve from Sabalenka, sets up for the 1-2 on the forehand, 30 all.
Sabalenka definitely having a lot more success when she's not going wide on both sides. When she's going body or tee, she's definitely putting herself in a better position, especially because her first ball backhand is so strong. I think she can do quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, I think it's definitely the case. Like Rybakina's very comfortable going out wide,
particularly on the deuce side. I think on the ad side, she can definitely mix it up quite a bit more. Doesn't want to get predictable, obviously, but
double fault at 30 all. Means it is now 30-40 and a set point for Elena Rybakina. Very similar to how the first set in the match.
Most of the doubles have come from this end, and that's 7 for the match. So
yeah, Again, there's something about this
they
side of the
don't usually
court
hit
Sabalenka doesn't like. Goes on hill. Forehand in play from Rybakina. Backhand. Now they're going backhand to backhand. Oh, that was backhand was long from Rybakina. She tried to accelerate through it, and it just went long. Just went long. Played for just over an hour. That was a really good opportunity for Rybakina, and she looks frustrated with herself for missing that backhand. And she's probably right to be frustrated. Good serve from Sabalenka to give herself advantage. It was unreturnable. She's going to have a little bit of confidence from that. Saving that set point. Giving me vibes of the Alcaraz Sinner match last night where Sinner had set point and in the opening set.
Very much.
And
that game,
like
in that match also had Alcaraz 4-2 up, and then Sinner winning the next 3 games.
Yeah, there's a very similar pattern here.
So there's some parallels.
And we're into a tiebreak. Again, Sabalenka dictating, just too heavy for Rybakina to pick up, and we're into a first set tiebreak. Interesting development here. Vansh,
Who do you
chat.
favor in this tiebreak?
Yeah, I was going to ask you which way do you see this tiebreak going? Vansh, chat, whoever.
It's a tough one to call because Rybakina has looked slightly better during this set. Just overall, just a bit cleaner, a bit less erratic, mostly serving a lot better. But I think once they get into baseline exchanges, I still like Sabalenka's ability to scramble just a little bit more and get a few more
that's brilliant.
shots back deep on the defense. So I'm leaning Aryna.
Oh, that is
but
brilliant.
I'm not really confident in it.
Opening point. Sorry to interrupt, Vansh. That's a credible rally. Rybakina tried to change up with a forehand slice approach shot. Sabalenka, incredible backhand passing shot on the run that lands plumb on the baseline, but just inside the baseline. And
that is exquisite.
That is incredible backhand.
Yeah.
Wins the opening point, has the mini break. I mean, I was thinking this before that rally, but I'm backing Sabalenka for this tie break. I think her scrambling and her advantage in the baseline rallies and that momentum switch from saving that set point, I think it's with her now. I think she's the favorite for this tie break. She goes 2-love up.
Good bit of improvisation and anticipation as well to take that backhand out. That was seriously impressive. Almost as good as the forehand on the run that she hit against Sakari in the semis.
Oh, yeah.
One that just curved in.
Oh, yeah, that was an excellent one. Excellent shot. Second serve at 2-love for Sabalenka. They're exchanging forehands. Rybakina hits a forehand winner up the line. Sets herself up. Beautiful shot. 2-1. And now is serving with no mini breaks in play. So good rescue early on from Rybakina. This tiebreak could be very interesting. I am very frustrated. I can't show how excited I am right now. But hopefully bear with me here. But yeah, there's a good match. Second set from Rybakina, kind of middle of the box. Now they're kind of into a rally, going forehand to forehand. Backhand Sabalenka. Now they've switched it up to the backhand. Sabalenka tries to go up the line, goes wide into the tram lines, 2-all. And that's sort of up the line backhand. Failing her. Going a little bit wild. Interesting. She didn't quite execute as well as she has been recently. I think we can definitely say that this is not a collapse from Sabalenka, regardless of how this tiebreak goes. Unreturnable serve. Rybakina 3-2 up. Yeah, thoughts on whether this is a Sabalenka collapse, Vansh?
No, not at the moment.
No.
I don't.
No, I don't think so either. She's getting ready to serve at 2-3 in the tiebreak. And tries to go out wide, misses it. So second serve for Rybakina to look at. I don't know why the graphic's still saying Rybakina's serving, because she's not. It's Sabalenka. So ignore that. Goes kind of middle of the box, and Rybakina can't quite get enough purchase on the backhand return, and it's 3-all. It's 3-all. So very finely poised tiebreak as they swap sides, Vansh.
Yeah. This is kind of the antithesis of the WTA finals final between Sabalenka and Garcia, where obviously the first set tiebreak was really crucial in that match.
You don't see it being
Different
super
conditions.
crucial in this one, then?
Yeah, just in terms of the way that set played out, though, because it was all basically all service holds at love until the tiebreak, and then it just came down to 1 or 2 points, a couple double faults. We'll see
Okay, I
if
see what you mean.
Sabalenka is able to kind of hold her nerve, because it could pan out to be a crucial one for whoever loses in terms of momentum at the start of the second set. But this is a very different route that we took to get to the tiebreak than the one that we saw at the WTA finals.
Definitely agree with that.
But it has a similar feel to it, where the winner will definitely, the loser will be really, it'll be demoralizing for the loser, but
yeah,
it'll be crucial for whoever comes through, particularly because they've been playing for 67 minutes now.
Yeah, this is a really physical match, and a backhand to the net from Sabalenka gives Rybakina the mini break for 4-3. Big serve from Rybakina then is unreturnable, and she's now 5-3 up in this tiebreak. She's kind of come out swinging a little bit now. Not over yet, though.
Won 5 of the last 6 points now, so
yeah. This is going to be kind of crucial. It's going to be very tight and nervy for the next few points as Rybakina puts her own backhand into the net. I think that first serve was right on the line. The Sabalenka return was kind of there to be hit, and then just Rybakina into the top of the lower part of the net, and she's frustrated with herself. Again, the Rybakina backhand breaking down a little bit, a crucial moment, and handing that mini break right back, 5-4. So momentum's definitely shifting a lot in this tiebreak.
Yeah. Neither player has been able to consolidate their mini break.
Yeah. It's been a real battle, really competitive set of tennis here. Sabalenka goes up the line with the backhand, but this time Rybakina scrambles it back. Now she's attacking up there. Rybakina tried for the passing shot, was a little bit ambitious. 5-all. Sabalenka taking control of the point really well. Wow. Yeah. This tiebreak, this first set, poised on a massive knife edge right now. Really no idea which way this is going to go now. This could literally go either way. No point predicting anything. Sabalenka, great first serve. Tries to go for the 1-2 on the backhand and puts it in the net. Like, that return was right there. It was middle of the court. She sized up the backhand for a big inside-out backhand and puts it in the net. And she's so frustrated with herself. And it is 6-5 to Elena Rybakina. And the Kazakh is serving for a chance to go a set up against Aryna Sabalenka. We will see what she can produce. We know she's cool. How cool is she going to be under this much pressure?
A couple of really crucial mistakes for Aryna in this tiebreak on the backhand, first ball backhand, that you didn't really see her miss much during the set. 1 at 3-all and 1 at 5-all. And so far,
critical
we'll see if
mistake
she's able to shake that out.
Critical mistake from Rybakina. It was a very neutral rally,
Oh
and
my
she
gosh.
hooks the forehand over the baseline, and it's 6-all. They're both just
goodness,
super tight right now.
Yeah, it is a really, really tight first set tiebreak.
I can now see what you're saying about the quality being a little bit lower, because I'm not entirely sure that's how a tiebreak would have gone in that Australian Open match.
Some of
but
that is the conditions, and some of it is the conditions, Nick, and some of it is just the occasion. Both players are so aware of how important this first set is.
Yeah.
Neither player wants to give it up, and they're not playing with that same freedom that we saw in Australia. But yeah, that's why we love tennis.
I find it interesting that the players were playing with more freedom in a Grand Slam final compared to a 1000 final.
Right.
Pressure has interesting impact. Second serve from Rybakina goes up the tee. Now they're
And
trading.
they were sort of aware of the hype before this match as well, of sort of being able to back up that awesome high quality match.
Mega backhand winner
bit
from
like
Aryna
this.
Sabalenka. I thought her forehand was long. It wasn't. So Rybakina kind of hits the forehand back and sets it up for a up the line winner from Sabalenka. And now she has a set point on her serve. 7-6. I'll talk us through what's going to happen here because she's serving now. And she puts the first serve into the net. Again, super tight, super tight. I like this. This could go either way. I'm hoping this is not a double fault because that'd just be awful. It is. It's a double fault. It's a double fault. It's in the second serve in the net, and it's 7 points all in this ludicrous first set tie break in this Indian Wells final. What is going on right now?
Every single time the player has got the mini break, they've just they've played a very tight and nervy point to give it right back.
That was Sabalenka's 8th double fault of the set of the match so far. And now they're trading backhands after Sabalenka serving at 7 all. But Sabalenka then puts a backhand long, and it's 8-7 Rybakina. Someone's got to take advantage, surely.
Yeah.
This tiebreak dynamic is so fascinating right now. Someone in the crowd, possibly in Rybakina's box, is head forward, hands like this in front of their face. Big serve out wide, misses. Second serve. Lifts it up. And that's Rybakina's first double fault of the match. That is Rybakina's first double fault of the match. And it is 8 all. And her box can't believe what they've just seen. What timing for your first double fault of the match. What's Rybakina going to produce here? Maybe it's better just to receive on set point. Who knows? Score might be a bit ahead of you guys. That's an unreturnable serve from Rybakina, and it is 9-8. Maybe.
She's going to receive on the set point. So
yeah, I think maybe it's better to have a set point on the return. Press a little bit off. You can swing for it. Let's see. Sabalenka serves long. No, it's not. It's in. Right on the line, though. Up the middle. And finishes it at the net. Rybakina can't get to it. 9 all. I thought the first serve was long. It wasn't. It pretty much hit spot like on the edge of the tee. And Sabalenka took control of the point. 9 all. What a tiebreak. Guys in the chat, share us your thoughts. If you're seeing this right now, what are you thinking? If you're not seeing this right now and you're relying on our commentary, is this going how you thought it was? If you thought it would, like, I wasn't expecting it to get this tight. No way of calling how this is going to go.
Yeah.
Absolutely no way of calling how this is going to go. First serve wide. Trying to get up the tee from Sabalenka. That's not going to help the Belarusian. Second serve. In the net. Double fault from Aryna Sabalenka. 10-9.
Again?
Has got another set
yeah,
point.
I'm 1 point behind you next, so I'm just relying on your commentary for the point.
That's fine. That's fine. You can give your analysis of what's happening afterwards. You might catch up with you pretty soon after that double fault. But yeah, I'm trying not to look at the score so I don't get spoiled. I'm trying to make sure I describe to it. Everyone's trying to G up the players. Rybakina is now serving. She knows what's happened the last time she served at set points. She needs to have another crack at this. This first serve is in, but the return is right at her feet. Sabalenka now can have a go because that was a really short, high shot. And then Sabalenka just kills it with the forehand. And it's 10-all. That was...
Who is going to win this?
I'm gonna give Sabalenka some credit. That return was so good and just set her up to take control of the point. Rybakina was scrambling as best as she could, but at the end there was just too much power from Sabalenka. So it's 10-all.
Oh my gosh.
So Rybakina serves. First serve in play. Backhand into the net from Rybakina. Again, good return from Sabalenka. It hit the top part of the net. It's 11-10 on the Sabalenka serve. And Rybakina again frustrated with herself as again her backhand lets her down. She's throwing the racket a little bit. Bounces back up into her hands. Fully in control of that racket throw. Sabalenka serves. That's in play. But doesn't count. So another attempt at a service from Aryna Sabalenka. I'm not sure if that was long or whether that was a let, but she's serving again. Goes up the middle. Attacking forehand from Rybakina. And it's backhand long from Sabalenka. The backhand is clearly long and it's 11 points all.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, at least Peaches is enjoying it. Shout out to Peaches. I agree. This match is absolute brilliant. Oh my word. That serve was nowhere near the service box from Aryna Sabalenka. That first serve. What are we going to get now? What are we happening now?
Shrugging it.
And it's a double fault.
11-10.
It's a double fault. Thought that might be coming. 12-11 for Elena Rybakina. And yet again, Rybakina has a set point on her serve.
Is that her 10th of the set?
12-11. Yeah. 12-11. Can Rybakina's going to be frustrated that she's not converted any of these set points on her serve. Gets that first serve in play. Great attacking return from Sabalenka. They're now rallying on the forehand. What are we going to do? Like really drawing each other out. And finally, Elena Rybakina converts because Sabalenka tried to accelerate on that forehand. It was well over the baseline. She seals the tiebreak. She seals the opening set. 13 points to 11 in that tiebreak. What a way to finish. That was a good rally to end, but with Sabalenka just overdoing it on that forehand to finish. That was bonkers. That was tennis. This is why we love it. Absolutely brilliant. Well worth it. Sabalenka's going off court for a break, unsurprisingly. Trying to reset herself. Wow, Vansh.
Yeah.
What did we just witness?
Wow, indeed, Nick. What have we just witnessed? We have witnessed the most momentum pendulum swinging tiebreak all season long. That's what we witnessed. And we witnessed it in the Indian World Final. Oh my word. Both players had so many set points. I mean, we could start with Rybakina. Every single time she had her set point after going up a mini break, it was always the backhand for both players, actually, that really let them down until eventually Rybakina held her nerve just a tad bit better. But my goodness, I don't even know what the difference was. It took her 5 set points. She finally got her to her 6th. And Sabalenka will be killing herself. 3 or 4 double faults in the tiebreak. And 10 throughout the first set. The
Sabalenka double fault, coming back. Max, I'm glad you enjoyed that first set as well. Actually, Vansh, Max was in the chat yesterday for the match between Alcaraz and Sinner. And Max was saying that they live in Las Vegas. And they were talking about sort of what tennis tournaments they could go see. I think Las Vegas has got a challenger. But is there anywhere else that's sort of like a decent trip for them? Indian Wells is a potential option. What what would San Diego be like? I think you've been there before. Is it a fairly affordable tournament to visit?
Yeah, in terms of like
Mm.
depends on the level of the event, but yeah,
The
with the
WTA 500
facilities
one,
are
I'm
really
thinking
nice. WTA finals.
of. The WTA 500 event in San Diego.
Oh yeah, the WTA 500 event last year was brilliant. It was 17 of the top 20 players were in it, and I felt like we had really good crowds all throughout the whole week, particularly the final weekend, and obviously Świątek winning it. Well, number one, there was quite a bit of Polish fans as well when I was there on Saturday, and yeah, the atmosphere was brilliant. The weather was good, although it was raining for one of the days, but overall it was pretty. I think the players really enjoyed their time, and it's a good venue.
Okay. But yeah, so I mean, I'm not great with my American geography. I'm not sure what's like gettable to from Las Vegas in terms of like tournaments to visit. So I don't know what kind of to recommend other than keep an eye on for any kind of challenger events nearby.
Keep an eye out for those, especially in February and March, because it's had one in Phoenix. That's good to go to. There's also the WTA 500 in San Jose. That might be a little bit far because it's a bit up north, but definitely worth checking out. It's in the area before the swing, before the kind of Canada Cincinnati tournaments began.
Yeah. Vansh, do you want to respond to Matthew's thoughts? The second step underway at the minute.
This is what Rybakina is really all about. I mean, she never really releases all that tension with a huge uproar or any kind of, outward emotion. You bet she's feeling it inside, just like we all were. But my goodness, I mean, that's how she's wired. I guess I can't really relate, and I would probably just want to scream, to be honest, if I went to set like that. But just let it all out, But yeah, this is Rybakina, cool, calm, and collected, and all business-like.
And I think maybe it's just that's how she is, and like her emotions during a match, like she doesn't necessarily know how to let them out. I mean, I find it very Federer-esque in many ways, although Federer's tend to explode with emotion after a big match. It's love 30, by the way, in this opening service game. Sabalenka is still super tight coming out, but then goes for a big serve up the middle, which oh no, Rybakina scrambles that one back in somehow. And the rally continues, kind of neutralized now. They're going front to front. Rybakina's now on the backhand. Sabalenka goes up the line on the forehand. Rybakina's still getting to it. Sabalenka slices. Now Rybakina's come in, but passing shot winner from Sabalenka. That was probably, I think Rybakina came in because the ball was a little bit short. She didn't have many other options, but just where Sabalenka was in her court position. Oh no, I thought it was a winner. It wasn't a passing shot winner. She missed it. I'm so sorry. Again, really struggling to when there's can't hear the out calls. It's love 40. It's love 40. And the first serve's been missed. I'm going to try and roll back, because obviously I got that completely wrong. Thoughts on that one in a minute. Second serve. Oh, backhand winner from Rybakina. Cross-court winner from Elena Rybakina. She breaks to love in the first game of the second set. The momentum is very much with the Kazakh. Wow. Wasn't expecting that. Is Sabalenka still a bit rattled? Clearly.
Yeah, I mean, clearly that first set really played a part in that game, I have to think.
I mean, Ghosty still, by judging by his comment, has faith that we're gonna see that Sabalenka's a comeback queen. Not ruling anything out. An early break in a set can easily be fixed with a momentum swing later on. But what are your thoughts on Sabalenka being a comeback queen?
I mean, she definitely showed that. She showed a lot of heart and grit in the Australian Open final. She was down a couple of break points. Okay, she didn't really go down a break in that second set of the Australian Open final match, but she was very nearly about to lose that in straights, and she still turned it around sort of beginning to midway through the second set. So anything is still possible. They traded breaks in the first set. So I don't think this is a given that Rybakina is just going to run away with this.
Yeah, I agree. Although I am now starting to see that parallel between that WTA finals final between Sabalenka and Garcia, because Garcia broke super early in that second set as well. Sabalenka was definitely rattled after that tiebreak. As Sabalenka puts a forehand into the net to go 30 love down, and she's missing quite a bit at the minute. And Rybakina is definitely the more composed one out there. But yeah, interesting parallels continuing there.
Yeah,
and actually,
definitely.
Rybakina's won the last 9 points according to that graphic, which means she's going to lose the next one, because that's usually what happens when that graphic pops up. Puts the first serve into the net. So we're on to a second serve. Rybakina attacks the return as the Sabalenka attacks the return, and Rybakina loops the forehand. And as I said, every time that graphic comes up about points won, it changes and the other player wins the next point. That just seems to be this weird pattern that keeps happening. So 30-15 on the Rybakina serve. Not out of the woods yet. Needs to consolidate this early break, keep Sabalenka under pressure. That's an excellent first serve right in the corner, going out wide, and 40-15 for Rybakina. Like, Sabalenka got a racket to it, couldn't do anything else, couldn't control it. And that was just down to how good that serve was. Again, first strike. That's what Elena Rybakina is all about. And now she serves again, kind of going up the middle. Excellent return from Aryna Sabalenka on the backhand, though. Return winner, 40-30. That was a big hit. That's going to give Sabalenka a little bit of confidence back. We're seeing people in the chat. Jane, Ghosty, Peaches. Yeah, what a crew. Love having you guys in the chat. Big serve out wide from Rybakina to seal the set, seal the game with an ace. And it's 2-love to Elena Rybakina in that in this second set. So yeah, good hold from Rybakina. Oh, the umpire's out on court. I think Sabalenka's worrying about the maybe moisture. I don't know why. It doesn't look like it's raining. I hope we don't get a rain delay. Might have to get John back on if there is. Sabalenka serves, body serve, and it's yeah, that Rybakina got it back in court, but it was just looped so high and so close to the net. Like, Sabalenka just run in and just put it away pretty easily. So 15-love. Definitely seems to be getting her confidence back. That ball that Sabalenka hit very nearly hit someone in the crowd, just because how high they overhead bounced and everyone had to duck. I mean, let's face it, if Aryna Sabalenka hits a tennis ball right at you, that's probably pretty terrifying with the speed it's going. Unreturnable first serve from Aryna to go 30-love up.
My goodness, yeah. Tennis Channel just put up a graphic about the second serve contact points.
Okay.
As the ball toss went up for Aryna Sabalenka, where she double faulted, and sort of the blue dots indicated double faults, and red were second serves in, and it was strange. I mean, so some of her contact points were a little bit higher, some were lower, but she was kind of double faulting. I couldn't really see a clear pattern from that graphic. Interested to see if that pops up.
Clearly, it's just along the long lines. Sabalenka holds to love, by the way. So we're going into a changeover. Rybakina 2-1 up with a break in the second set, setting the break up. Sabalenka just keeping herself in this match. Sorry, Vansh?
This would be quite the comeback if Aryna managed to get a break back, and then all of a sudden it's.
I mean, we've seen similar comebacks before, unless you're convinced the momentum's pretty heavily with Rybakina at the minute. Would you say?
At the moment, but that could certainly change.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even in the WTA finals final that we're referencing, the parallel there, it was pretty tough for Garcia to close it out at 5-4.
Yeah, Sabalenka kept her honest all throughout that second set, for sure.
Yeah,
This is what John is currently eating whilst watching Cake and Ice Cream. Good choice for a tennis snack. Actually, that's a question, Vanch. When you play, I mean, how do you feel going up against power players like Sabalenka and Rybakina? I mean, obviously, maybe the people who play don't hit it quite as hard, but you probably have played against people who had a pretty big game, especially when you were a junior.
I found myself able to do quite well in the baseline exchanges because I liked absorbing people's pace and sort of redirecting it back. I liked hitting from a low contact point. I didn't hit with a tremendous amount of topspin either. So I felt like I could sort of redirect shots back at them quickly and kind of build the baseline points out the way I wanted to with my deep pace absorbing skills. But when it came to serving, I was always kind of a little bit at a deficit because, when I was playing some of the players and when I used to play juniors, I wasn't very tall. I was maybe 4'5", 5'5", 5'6", so I really had to rely a lot on my legs and my return, and then it was tough to close out power players, especially if they serve bigger. But from the baseline, I like my chances.
Yeah, sounds
if I could make it a physical stuff.
Kind of like a Diego Schwartzman type then, or a David Ferrer.
Yeah, definitely more similar to David Ferrer, Diego Schwartzman.
I mean, I did like the way Ferrer played. Well, a lot of it was also down to the fact that he used a Prince racket, which is the brand that I still use. I still use the same tennis racket about 10 years later, although I haven't restrung it for some time.
But it was interesting, like, because as I hit like a growth spurt, I grew suddenly like 5 or 6 inches one summer, and then I kind of had to change the way I was playing a bit. Okay. So then I started taking a few more risks, focusing a lot more on my serve, things like that, and then my game sort of changed a lot.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're into an interesting situation here because it's 15-30 on the Rybakina serve. Like, they just had a good rally. Sabalenka's ball landed right on the baseline, and Rybakina puts her backhand into the net. Again, it's that backhand letting her down a little bit and giving Sabalenka an opening. This is not going to be an easy ride for Rybakina, and I don't think, given the way this match has been, we'd expect that. Again, like that WTA finals battle Sabalenka had with Garcia, like Sabalenka kept it honest all the way to the end, despite it being a straight sets 7-6, 6-4 win. Like, Garcia definitely had to fight to eventually seal it. So it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out. Oh dear. That was a wild first serve from Rybakina, having had a let on the first one. I was worried it might be a double fault there. Puts the second one kind of middle of the box. Backhand into the net again. Backhand lets her down off of the return from Sabalenka, and it's 15-40. And Sabalenka has an opportunity to get back on level terms at 2-all. That's an interesting development. I definitely feel like Sabalenka's got a little confidence back. She's kind of getting herself back into this match at the minute, and Rybakina is exposing the backhand of Rybakina a little bit. First serve back in play from Sabalenka. Now they're going forehand to forehand. Rybakina changing direction. Sabalenka going cross court. Now they're going back, trading backhands. Rybakina goes up the line and saves the first break point with a backhand up the line winner, 30-40. That is brave from the Wimbledon champion. Obviously, I know you haven't seen it yet, but you'll probably enjoy it when you do. We have another break point to deal with, though. It's 30-40. So what can Rybakina do here? She's going to be emboldened by that one. Serves. Let.
Oh, that was brilliant.
No, was it let? No, I think it was way out. It came off the top of the net, but it was way out. Yeah. Yeah. You've just seen the winner. Yeah. Brave stuff. Second serve from Rybakina. Right. Again, in the corner of the tee. And they're trading shots at the minute, trading forehands, kind of keeping in the middle of the court. Sabalenka tried to edge Rybakina out. Oh, shanks the forehand. Completely shanks the forehand as she was being pulled out a little bit, not too wide, but a little, by the Rybakina forehand. And Sabalenka completely frames, just off the top of the frame, completely frames her forehand. The ball pretty much goes super high in the air and bounces right next to her, and Rybakina saves both break points. It's juice. Mm-hmm. First serve into the net from Rybakina. Again, first serve letting her down a little bit. That's kind of been the pattern when she's been broken. Rybakina's her first serve breaking down. Sabalenka goes on the attack on the second serve, but loops the backhand out of court, and it's advantage to Rybakina. And Sabalenka has her head down just a little bit, but she's getting herself ready for it, trying not to show too much frustration, keeping as positive as she can, given the circumstances. Rybakina serves out wide, misses the first serve. Again, I'd be interested to see what the serve percentage stats are actually right now. As a monster return on the backhand from Aryna Sabalenka, right in the corner. Rybakina couldn't pick it up, puts it in the net, back to deuce. Monster return. As the camera zooms in on the big Indian Wells trophy, which is a bulky and heavy trophy, not something I really want to try and hold after playing a tennis match. Not the best trophy. Oh, they're showing a rally length. And definitely pretty evenly matched, actually. Most rallies are sort of 0 to 5 shots, which Rybakina has the advantage in, but the 5 to 9 shot rallies, marginal advantage Sabalenka. Over 9 shots, bit more of an advantage to Sabalenka, but there have not been many rallies where that's happened.
Yeah.
Which is an interesting one. Kind of fits the pattern that you and I both spotted there. Whereas when, like, first strike, Rybakina, perfect, like, has the edge. But Sabalenka, when it gets a little bit longer, can scramble it. Unreturnable serve from Rybakina to hold for 3-1. So yeah, it's a tight one. I think that's Charlize Theron back, possibly. I don't know. I'm terrible at recognizing celebrities. Thoughts on that last game?
That's another really tough one for Sabalenka. She had 2 breakpoint chances. One of them, credit Rybakina for the backhand winner down the line. That was bold, brave, brilliant. And then the second one was just a shank by Sabalenka, a bit thrown off with her footwork, and same thing on the game point as well. So it's gonna have to reset, otherwise this match might slip away quickly.
Yeah, completely agree. Well, she's got the first pointer for the next service game, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
So she's handling the pressure well. Again, very similar to that WTA finals, Fort Worth final. Again, heavy backhand. Rybakina has to get on her knees and still can't get it back into court. So 30 love for Sabalenka on this service game. Pretty positive after that little little letdown there. Previous game, given her opportunities. So we'll have to see how that one goes. First serve out from Sabalenka. I think I've got a story I want to share in the break, and then I want to hear sort of maybe your kind of version of it. Vansh, similar kind of miss from Sabalenka that Rybakina just had, where again she had to get so low to pick up a backhand and loops it way out of court, 30-15. Yeah. So similar misses from both players, making this game a little bit interesting, I would say. Little bit interesting. Body serve from Sabalenka on the first serve, goes back behind with the backhand, and then tries to go change direction and go up the line on her backhand and misses it completely. 30 all, and she's frustrated with herself. That's not good for Sabalenka, going from 30 love to 30 all the way that she has, with a couple of kind of over-looped backhands. I'm going to say the first one was a little bit under pressure, so let her off. The second one, she's definitely going to be annoyed with, and puts the first serve into the net. Puts the first serve into the net, so that's not going to help her at all. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely an interesting one here. They're going forehand to forehand. Sabalenka gets her forehand right in the corner, tries to change direction, but goes long on that forehand. and it's 30-40. Rybakina got to it, put pressure on. It had to be good. It went out. And it's 30-40. Okay. Sabalenka's got to be very careful, or this match is going to run away from her. And this might be the first time that these two don't go 3 sets. Big forehand, great forehand from Rybakina. But it goes just long, and it's deuce. Sorry, Vansh, go on.
No, that was a frustrating miss from Sabalenka on the 30 hole for the forehand.
Yeah. Definitely for sure. I think she's really just
a must hold, I think.
This definitely agree must hold, because I don't see Sabalenka coming back from this. She hits an unreturnable serve. I think maybe Rybakina could have got it back into play, just missed it. But so it's advantage to Sabalenka to try and keep this to 1 break. Goes up the middle. Excellent inside out forehand return from Rybakina, and it's deuce. And Sabalenka's got her hands on hips, because there wasn't a lot she could do about that return. But again, excellent first strike from Rybakina. I mean, I must say, if this is going to go straight sets, I think, given we were talking about that rivalry always going 3, as backhand winner from Sabalenka after stepping into the middle of the court, I would be surprised that, given it's like 4-0 head-to-head, every match going 3 sets, that it's not Sabalenka who would be getting the first straight set win in the rivalry, regardless of how this match turns out. Again, that's an inside-out forehand winner on game point from Elena Rybakina on the return. Another inside forehand winner on the ad side, and it's back to deuce. I was kind of hesitating there because I wasn't sure if it was in or out. Rybakina gets that back into play, and it's a let cord from Sabalenka that goes well out of the tram lines, and now it's another breakpoint chance for Elena Rybakina. There's a top spin speeds MPH stat, and interestingly, for Rybakina, and as ace from Sabalenka to save that game, that break point. According to the graphic, Rybakina's forehand top spin has gone up, has stayed consistent, if not gone up by 1 mph, but the backhand top spin rates decreased. So she's hitting a bit flatter on the backhand side. Ace again from Sabalenka.
Wow.
Yeah, we'll go for a change of ends in a minute. And here we go. Again, lovely serve up the tee, but it's a ridiculously short return from Rybakina that forces Sabalenka to come in, cat and mouse in the net, which Sabalenka kind of wins with an overhead that almost hits Rybakina, but lands one side the baseline, and Sabalenka scraps her way to a hold, 3-2. That's critical for Sabalenka, right? She's walking towards her box.
Extremely important.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, very important hold. Particularly given the nature of the match. And oh my goodness, she almost hit Rybakina at the net, but he apologizes.
Yeah, I don't think it was intentional.
Yeah,
I think it was the way things went.
Very crucial. Maybe that'll give her a lot of confidence as Rybakina gets closer to holding that trophy for the first time.
Yeah.
I was looking at Rybakina's finals record actually, and she's won Wimbledon, and she's won a tournament on hard court, and she's won a clay court event in 2019. So she has 3 titles, 1 on each surface, but she has lost 8 finals. So this is still going to be a massive result for her.
Yeah.
First 1,000, and if she does come through. But
And she
Sabalenka,
seems
on the
pretty.
other hand, this is her 21st WTA final. She's 4-0 in 1,000 finals. So
Wow.
she's trying to go 5-0, get her 5th.
I did not know
of
that,
course.
but makes sense.
She's already won a couple of titles this year in Adelaide and then Australian Open. And then her only loss being to Krejcikova in Dubai from 6-love 3-1 up. Yep, I agree with Pam.
Yeah.
Completely. That felt like a big hold. So that's certainly a moment you could point to if she does come through this set.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that one. Definitely, for sure. So Rybakina's coming up to serve at 3-2, up with a break. It's going to be fascinating to see how she reacts to not quite breaking. Gets that first serve in play. Oh, that's another really ridiculously short, almost drop return from Sabalenka, but it clips the top of the net and goes out. So 15-love. So that could have been a very unfortunate situation for Rybakina.
But fingers crossed that it doesn't rain. Just looking at the skies and it's very overcast, thick dark clouds looming.
Yeah, I agree. Like a rain delay would not help. I think it would probably benefit Sabalenka more, give her a chance to reset, change things up a bit. Oh, forehand winner from Rybakina, lovely shot. Just tries to get as sharp an angle as she can, given it's like trying to hit it cross court from an up the line angle. Yeah, really good forehand winner to go 30-love up. Yeah, I hope it doesn't rain because that's just going to kill the momentum here of the match, and sort of it because it's still fairly intriguingly poised despite everything. Again, first serve in play from Rybakina, goes back up the line on the backhand. Sabalenka still keeping the ball in court, going on the attack with her backhand. Rybakina changes direction, cross court with her backhand, then slices it. Sabalenka goes up the line. They're kind of keeping up the middle now. Sabalenka goes on the forehand, puts Rybakina out on her backhand side. Drop shot Sabalenka way out. Like, it was attempted a drop shot that sort of just drifted into the tram lines, and it's 40-love to Rybakina. Good attempt at a change up. Didn't really execute it that well, but it was worth a shot.
Yeah.
Again, nice little rally from both. Like, even when the rally gets a little bit longer, like you just have no idea which way that's going to go, which is making it an absolutely fascinating watch. Like either one of them can take control at any point. First serve's long from Rybakina. It's a really good rally dynamic between these two. At the minute, I'm not surprised the head-to-head's 4-love, but at the same time, I kind of am. Oh, backhand into the net from Rybakina. So trying to go up the line wasn't anywhere near going over the net. Kind of a little bit on the run there. So that's interesting. That is very interesting. See if Rybakina can hold this one. First serve in play, and Rybakina, Sabalenka puts the return into the net. Game Rybakina 4-2. Very good hold from Rybakina. Keeps the momentum going. Cool, calm, and collected. That's what she is. Tommy Haas, tournament director, out ready potentially to award the trophy in a few games' time. I mean, Vansh, from a kind of maybe a more technical knowledge standpoint, because I'd say you're more of an expert in this area than I am, what is it about this dynamic between these two players that makes it so close? Oh, very fortunate that chord from Rybakina to go love 15.
Wow. Yeah. I think there's very little separating both of these two when they play against each other. I think Rybakina has a bit more of a linear flatter type of trajectory, whereas Sabalenka really kind of leans into her shots and has a bit more explosive power. You can see that a little bit on the defense, but that also leads to maybe more mistakes. I think, Rybakina's game is very simple. It's very streamlined. It's very much has a very clear game plan of what she's trying to do, regardless of whoever she's facing. So I think that psychological dynamic, as well as technical, kind of plays a part into how close a lot of these matches have been. And so far, it's been, we talked a little bit about the 9+ shot rallies. We just aren't seeing a whole lot of those because Rybakina is doing such a good job of taking care of her side of the net. If we take the tiebreak out, she's been the one, applying a lot of good pressure, especially when she was down a break in that first set, and the momentum is just sort of carried over into this second set, and we're seeing her make fewer errors as a result. And I just think it's very compelling, and I just wonder what's going to happen as we get closer to this match. Is Rybakina going to tighten up a little bit? Is Sabalenka going to hold here? Because if she doesn't hold, I think it's going to be really tough for me to see her come back and win this. You can see, particularly on the ad side, she's only winning 8% of her second serve points. Or excuse me, on the deuce side, and on the ad side, she's winning 47%. So, yeah.
She might not be holding here. It's love 40.
Yeah.
To describe it, like, obviously lucky net called on the return, wild kind of forehand on the second point, and then a wrong footing winner from Rybakina to get to love 40, and it's the second serve for Sabalenka, who throws the ball up and then doesn't hit it. The wind is blowing quite a bit. You can see Sabalenka's hair's blowing, so it's probably putting her off a bit. She serves out wide, big attacking return from Rybakina, who loops that. Oh, it was right at her feet. She almost got to that ball too quickly and hooks the forehand over the baseline. Really out of position there. And that's one break point saved by Sabalenka, 15-40. Wind is definitely blowing a bit harder now. You can see both players' hair kind of rustling in the wind. Oh, it's a forehand winner! Forehand return winner from Elena Rybakina. That is her signature. Not surprised at all. What a shot to convert a break point, and it is 5-2 double break for Elena Rybakina. And after this change of ends, she is going to be serving for the Indian Wells title, her first 1,000 title. Not much of a surprise. She seems to love this place. She's a quarterfinalist here last year. Vansh, you're going to see it in a minute. Wow.
Yeah. That is exceptional. Particularly in that moment, it was not even that close to the line. It was beautifully struck. And yeah, you're right about these conditions. She likes this court. She did well here last year. Got to the quarters, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and so yeah, beat Badosa here earlier this week. Really tough match against Mukova. Managed to scrape out of that one, and then obviously the thrashing of Swiatek in the previous round. So yeah, pretty well-deserved champion if she were to win here. And this is an interesting trend on the WTA now. We've seen 3 new first-time champions. Not all super surprising because it feels like they've been knocking on the door for a while, but still massive wins for them. Pegula winning Guadalajara, Krejcikova winning in Dubai, and then now here, Rybakina, she serves this next game out.
Would you add Garcia into the mix for the WTA finals as well?
The WTA finals as well, yeah. And then Sabalenka winning the Australian Open, of course. So, yeah, we're really seeing a core group of 8 players, I think. More or less 4, but if you want to expand it out to 8, you really can. I think we're seeing a lot more stability on the race, particularly last year at this time. With Barty still being there and then retiring in Miami, it was all over the place. I mean, you had Collins in there, you had you just had a lot more instability. You just knew that a lot of those players weren't really going to be at the year-end finals. I mean, Kontaveit was there as well, but she was kind of dropping off a bit in terms of form. Badosa was there. Yeah, mainly Kontaveit, Badosa, and I think Collins. But yeah, it's interesting for sure. And Krejcikova was in there as well, but of course then she got injured and then was out of the tour for like 4 months.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I like I love the depth of the WTA tour, but I'm also up for there being an elite group in there as well, just to kind of give us some fabulous tennis matches like these two give us, like Swiatek gives us when she's playing well against a top 10 player. Rybakina's lost the opening point of this game. She almost worked her way back in and tried to take control in a rally, but then a slice backhand coming into the net went into the net. So, and that's an epic return from Sabalenka on the backhand, and it's love 30. And maybe sort of pressure off, swinging freely is going to make Sabalenka dangerous at this point in the match. Two very good returns in this game. Was that you agreeing with me, Vansh? Sorry, I was still talking.
Yeah, this is a dangerous position for you're facing Sabalenka and she's down.
That first serve was clearly long from Rybakina. And suddenly the nerves as we close in to the title showing, puts the second serve kind of in the middle of the court, and then the backhand looping over the baseline, and it's love 40. This match is probably going to go over 2 hours now. We're on 156. I think it's definitely nerves getting over a little bit, but Sabalenka is swinging freely. She is attacking. Rybakina's just got to either be unbeatable on first serve or make her second serve super awkward. Attacks on the first serve, but Sabalenka gets that back into play and now takes control of the rally and hits a forehand winner.
Wow.
And breaks to love. 5-3. That's an interesting development. Right. So Ghibli has got actually a really good question in the chat. Vansh, what do you think?
I think Rybakina has just held a more constant level throughout, I would say. She's definitely been a lot more rock solid and consistent, particularly raised her level, I thought, in key moments in the second set when sort of pounced on Sabalenka's emotional letdown after losing that tiebreak, 13-11. That was a rough one for whoever was going to lose it. So I do think, the double faults, first ball backhand errors played a part for Sabalenka in the tiebreak, but as well as Rybakina. So it was really a coin flip who was going to win that tiebreak. And so really just came down to that, but watch out now because Sabalenka was mounting a bit of a comeback.
She really is. She's now 40 love on her serve. Like rattling through this service game right now. I think I think I agree with that assessment. I think Rybakina has been pretty solid, pretty good level. I'd say pretty close to her Australian Open level. Wild first serve from Sabalenka, surprisingly. And Sabalenka's just had a few looser moments and struggling a little bit with serve. Maybe she doesn't like these windy conditions. Second serve in play, Rybakina attacks on the forehand, and Sabalenka's long with her own, so 40-15. And that's what I would call like a confidence boosting point from Rybakina, even if she doesn't win in this game and peg Sabalenka back. Like that's a sign that she's still very much in this, and Sabalenka's not going to wrestle the momentum away from her completely. Unreturnable serve from Sabalenka to seal it, 5-4. Rybakina's going to have to come out and serve for the match again. But I do think that 40 love point to get to 40-15 is going to give Rybakina a little bit of confidence that she's still very much in this match and has some level of control.
Absolutely. And we'll see just how cool and calm Rybakina will be when she serves for this match. I think the first point of that game is going to be very critical as well, and keep an eye out for her serve and sort of she's only double faulted once in this whole match, and she's been pretty precise with her locations on serve. So I think that's kind of impressed me the most. Rybakina's, consistency, I think, overall in these tough conditions, given that she is a flat hitter. She has quite a lot of margin despite the ball striking.
I think you're probably right
being
there.
A bit straighter.
All right, let's see what happens. Let's see which lasts longer, Aryna Sabalenka's presence in this match or my voice?
Yeah. And it's actually interesting because Rybakina has only made 52% of her first serves in this
Oh,
whole
really?
match.
It's
But,
that low?
she's won. Yeah, and, Sabalenka is a whole 12% higher at 64%. But, second serve points won. I think that's the difference. 10 out of 32 for Sabalenka and 10, double faults. And Rybakina only won, and she's won over 50% of her second serve points. So that's definitely played a part in it as well.
Both players have been mega on return, but Rybakina has been the one who's had more of a highlight reel in terms of returns, at least most memorable. The ones I'm getting most excited about, anyway.
Yeah, for sure. Particularly on the deuce side, she's returned extremely well today, catching the forehands and striking them for winners down the line. Looks like Rybakina's got the first point.
Yeah, she had to redo
Yeah,
the first.
I shouldn't look at the score.
Yeah,
I will actually now watch it.
yeah, Rybakina had to redo the first serve ball toss, but it was an unreturnable first serve when she did hit it. So first point on serve that she's had for a couple of games. So here we go. Second serve in play on this one, and the Sabalenka backhand return is long. A little bit overhit there, and it's 30 love. It's 30 love, but we've been here before in an Indian Wells final. I'm thinking about Badosa Azarenka a couple of years back, where Azarenka was 2 points away from the match. Indian Wells produces some drama. First serve into the net.
Yeah, that's a good call.
I love that Azarenka Badosa match. It's one of my favorite ones I've ever watched. Oh, double fault.
Their life for that.
Oh, that's been epic. Double fault from Rybakina. That's her second one of the match, I think. 30-15.
Yeah.
Always double out, and that first double fault she had in the match was in that first set tiebreak on one of her set points. So she's definitely showing a little tightness here.
Understandable given the
first serve up the tee, finishes it with a +1 forehand winner. Cross court 40-15. We have 2 championship points for the Indian Wells title for Elena Rybakina, who's facing the wall, bouncing on her toes, ready to come out and serve for her second big career title, her second biggest title after Wimbledon. What's she going to bring? She serves out wide. Sabalenka puts the return into the net. And Sabalenka just smiles, wipes the sweat away from her mouth, and walks calmly to the net to greet her opponent. They embrace. This is nice to see. And as we come to expect, a low-key celebration, but clearly very, very happy. Elena Rybakina, the 2023 Indian Wells champion. What a performance. Vansh, your thoughts?
Yeah, just an incredible effort, I think, mentally and also tennis-wise. She was the more consistent of the two players, the deserving winner in the end. Just held her emotions a little bit better. Like that first set tiebreak really could have gone either way. There was very little separating these two. In that first set, Rybakina was down a break, but in the end, it's her calmness, it's her composure, it's her big returning and key moments under pressure, particularly in the second set, and just a steeliness and will to win behind all that calmness and coolness. And yeah, she really handled these conditions better in the end. At the end of the day, Sabalenka making a few too many unforced errors in the wind. Second serve letting her down a little bit, which I'm sure many people are going to talk about. But yeah, really well deserved for the Wimbledon champion and the Australian Open finalist, and yeah, the second best player in the world this year.
It definitely makes things very interesting because, yeah, the biggest WTA titles that we've had so far this year have been won by only a few players, and I'm talking 500 level and up. Those players being Aryna Sabalenka, Belinda Bencic, Barbora Krejcikova, Iga Swiatek, and now Elena Rybakina.
Yep, and those would be the players that I would name in that core 8 to 10 group, And so I think yeah, and we're starting to see that stability now on the WTA.
Who
And
else would
you can look at the race and you're like, okay, yeah, that checks out.
who else would you put in there? I'd assume Pagula and Garcia.
Yeah, for me, Garcia's looked very stressed this year. Like she's had some good
Yeah.
results, and she's done decent, but fell a little bit short, I think, in some big moments. This tournament specifically, I thought she could have gotten to the quarters, and maybe at the Australian Open as well. Lost to Magdalene in the fourth round, and a couple of finals lost as well this year at 250 level. But certainly she would be like around 10 right now for me. I mean, Azarenka did well at the Australian Open, but hasn't really done much since.
Yeah.
But I would say for me, it's Rybakina, Sabalenka, Swiatek, Krejcikova for sure. In the top 4, and then after that, you sort of have to go down, and Pegula would probably be the obvious 5th choice, and then probably Bencic.
Bencic just looked a lot more improved this year. I'm interested to see what she produces.
Yeah. I think because she's working with Tursunov, and so that's really helped her, I think, in the short-term future at least. But
yeah, I think you might.
I like what I'm seeing in these matchups.
Yeah, and it sets us up for a very interesting Miami now, because there's definitely those 4 players you mentioned are the favourites. I'd be tempted to throw Pegula in there as well, actually. I think she quite likes it in Miami. Maybe she can barge down the door and say, hey, I'm here too. That would be quite cool if she did that. And not sure how likely that is, but yeah. Well, I think let's wrap this up. They're getting ready for the trophy ceremony. The men's finals coming out at 11 p.m. GMT, midnight CET. Obviously more kind of 4 p.m. In Indian Wells time, more like your time, Vansh. Hit that like button, subscribe. Yes, and tune back in for the men's final, which will be going live with Damien shortly. I've thoroughly enjoyed this match. It's been a great battle. Rybakina, despite it being straight sets, Rybakina edged it for me. But I thoroughly enjoyed it. Some great moments, and I hope you did too, Vansh.
Yeah, it was a fantastic, compelling watch. Had me on the edge of my seat, particularly the first set tiebreak. And it just sets up a really exciting Miami now for the women, and looking forward to the men's final, and also looking forward to seeing what they have to say in the trophy ceremony as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. Very quickly, Ghibli, I know you've had some questions. Sorry, we've not really got around to answering them. So what I would say is, if you want to carry on this conversation with us, you can do so on Twitter at Talking Tennis TT. You can talk to John on there. You can talk, if you want to ask me questions, at Nick_B Carter. And I'm going to get your handle wrong, Vansh. So what's your @ if people want to send you like any questions that didn't get answered or talked about during the match?
Sure. Yep. You can do it at Twitter. At VanchV2K is my handle. So it's my first name V and then 2 letter K.
Fantastic. So yeah, go and check us out. Always happy to chat. Come chat with Damien and talk to him about maybe what he thought about this match and what he thinks about the match coming up. Hope you will enjoy. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll speak to you soon. Take care.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.